This case styled State of Ohio Plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. This is another day of trial. The defendant is present in the courtroom with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by Prosecuting Attorney Rob Junk and Special Prosecuting Attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson, who are also present in the courtroom. Also present is Ryan Scheider, Special Agent with Ohio BCI and I. I understand that council's been made aware of this, but we're going to move the front row of alternate jurors. That'd be B71 and B38, one space to the right. That will have two purposes. One will fill in the seat vacated by B20, who was an alternate until she replaced a juror, A271. So she's now seated up here. That will fill that seat, and it will also ensure that juror B71 remains out of camera shot. It's a little difficult based upon the relocation of the camera to keep the back of her head out of the camera shot. So that, and I don't see any problem there. In fact, probably it's an improvement. It puts the alternate jurors a little closer to the witness chair anyway. That's acceptable, I assume, with both the counsel.
Yes, thank you.
Our counsel for both sides, are we ready to bring the jury up then?
Yes, yes.
You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good to see you all here this morning. We begin another day of trial. We're still on the state side of the case. Is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
You may do so.
State will recall Agent Brian White.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
Yes, sir.
Seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian White. I was a BCI crime scene agent when this case took off. Currently a lieutenant with the Madison County Sheriff's Office in charge of the investigation section.
Okay. And back when you said this case took off back in April of 2016, were you called out to process one of the scenes involved in this case?
Yes, I was.
And which scene was that?
3122 Union Hill Road.
And did you already testify about that for this jury?
Yes, I have.
And in addition to that, were you also called or requested to do some follow-up processing of scene 2, which is 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was.
And did you already testify to the jury about your work there at scene 2?
Yes, I did.
Now, in addition to that, did you also, or were you also requested to assist in some search warrants that investigators executed as part of their investigation in this case?
Yes, I was.
Now, as a crime scene agent there working for BCI, is it common for crime scene agents to go out with the investigators when they do a search warrant?
Yeah, we would go out with them on numerous search warrants, basically for documentation, to photograph, to collect the evidence. And if anything needed submitted to the laboratory, then we'd take care of that generally too. So wasn't just, it was any type of search warrants. We would assist with narcotic search warrants, death investigations, homicides, any time we were asked, we would help.
And back in May of 2017, as part of your work in this case, were you asked to participate in a couple of search warrants at 260 Peterson Road?
I was.
Okay. Now, if you could, walk us through, when you're asked to assist in a search warrant like that, how do the investigators coordinate with you? How do you guys do the logistics of getting ready to go do a search warrant?
Generally, when one of the investigators or the requesting person, whether that be a police agency or one of our own within BCI, they'll meet up with the lead crime scene person, and they will say, we want to search this property, this is what we're looking for, and this is what, if we find anything, we want you to submit it to the laboratory, or we want you to turn it over to whomever. In this particular situation, Special Agent Scheider was our requester, and he requested that we assist him on the property on the first time we searched it.
Okay. And typically prior to going onto these properties and conducting these searches, do the agents get a search warrant from a court that allows them to do so?
Yes.
Okay. And did they do so in this case?
That's correct.
And I want to take you to May 10th, 2017. On that day, did you participate in an initial search of 260 Peterson Road?
Yes.
And tell us about just the general logistics of how you set that up. Was it a big crew? Was it an extensive search? What was the general plan for searching the property on that day?
On that day, on the May 10th search, it was set up to be a smaller, more preliminary search of the property, not to not draw attention to the property, so to speak. So it was a small crew. There was only a handful, maybe 5 or 6 of us that went there. And it was on purpose. We didn't want to make a big spectacle out of it, just because we didn't want media attention. We didn't want anything at that particular stage of the investigation. So there was only, like I said, about 4 or 5 of us, and we went to the property, we documented it, and collected some items from the search.
And based on your career in law enforcement and your knowledge, your training, experience, is sometimes part of an investigation trying to keep your suspects from knowing what you're doing.
Correct, and that's the stage we were at with this search warrant, was to do the best we could to not draw attention, to let them know that we were searching that property.
Back on May 10th, 2017, did you eventually link up and go to the property at 260 Peterson?
We did.
And did you meet with the investigators there? Did you caravan together? Did you? How did you get down there? Yes.
We met there at the property and parked there at the property before everybody kind of met as a group. We had a time that we were going to meet there, so we all met there as a group.
And did you take your vehicle, your crime scene van that you testified is your vehicle for BCI, same basic crime scene van that you use in all your work?
That's correct.
Can you grab that pointer? I'm actually going to have, Your Honor, can I have the witness come down off the stand?
Yeah.
All right, because this is so small, I'm going to have you actually stand in front of the jury and orient them to what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit AA-117. First of all, Do you recognize State's Exhibit AA-117?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is an aerial photograph of 260 Peterson Road.
Okay, here's how we're gonna do this. You're gonna do it twice. You're gonna stand right here. I'm gonna ask you to orient the jury to the different buildings and the general layout of the property, and you gotta come down here to the alternate jurors and do that. So if you could do that for us now, please. Tell the jury what they're seeing in there and what the different buildings are.
So this is an aerial photograph of 260 Peterson Road. This is the house, this is a barn here that's across the street from the property, which is also part of that property. So this barn here goes with that property at 260 Peterson Road. There's another barn here, and this barn is across from the house, which is here. This is the house. And the property goes all the way back. I forget exactly how many acres there are, but this is all part of it, all the way back in here and around. So now there.
Could you bring her on down and just basically repeat what you just did?
So this is 260 Peterson Road, and this is the barn across from the property. This barn actually goes with this property. So there's the barn that's actually sitting on the property. This is the house. And the property runs, driveway runs up through here, and this is all part of that property. So this big area right here is all part of that. House is here, barn.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and take your seat. I'll display this for the jury, and I'm probably going to ask you, as you walk through your work that day, to refer to State's Exhibit AA-117 as we go.
Okay.
Next, as part of your work on May 10th, 2017, did you do a report that documented what you did out there that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you do work in these cases, including assisting investigators in search warrants, do you have a business duty to create these types of reports?
Yes, it's a requirement.
And when you create these reports or make these reports as part of your job, do they truly and accurately depict the work that you did out on any scene on any given day?
Yes, they do.
I'm handing what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA. Can you take a look at that for me?
Sure.
Can you tell the jury what are they looking at with respect to State's Exhibit AA?
This is the report that I authored, which explains what we did during the search warrant on May 10th, 2017 at 260 Peterson Road.
Okay. And with respect to State's AA, was that report created in the ordinary course of your duty as a crime scene agent for BCI?
Yes, it was.
And again, do you have a business duty to keep and maintain those types of reports documenting the work that you do?
Yes.
You can actually keep it. All right, walk us through, when you got to that property, did you document the way it looked as you got there, before you altered anything, before anyone picked anything up or collected anything?
Yes, the first thing I did was go around the entire property and take photographs to document it as it was upon my arrival. And I also documented the residence, both barns, and then the perimeter of the property, showing the driveways and back behind the property, up a hill into, it was a really, it wasn't a woods, so to speak, but it had a lot of trees on it. So we documented all that first.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits AA2 through AA16. I want you to take a look at them, and then actually I'm going to need you to give them back. Do you recognize State's Exhibits AA2 through AA16?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photographs that I took that day of the property 260 Peterson Road.
And do these pictures, State's Exhibits AA2 through AA16, truly and accurately depict the way that property looked on May 10th, 2017?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit AA2, which is 3485? Okay, State's Exhibit AA2, which is up on the screen. Are you able to view that there on the computer?
Yes.
If you could, and you can use that pointer as well. I don't know if you can reach out. If you could, tell the jury what they're seeing in that picture, where that picture is taken, and where it is on State's Exhibit AA117.
The photograph we're looking at now is a photograph of the barn across the road. So it's this barn here, and the photograph is being taken from the driveway across the road. So I'm standing here at this area, taking a photograph towards the barn.
And Mr. Junkie, if you give me the next picture, which is State's Exhibit AA3, just hit the next arrow. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's the same barn, and it's very similar to the same location where the photograph was taken. It's just a closer, it's more of an intermediate view or a mid-sized view.
Mr. Junk, can you give me 3481, which is State's Exhibit AA4? All right, State's Exhibit AA4. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there and where that's depicted on the overhead or where that shot's taken from?
That's a photograph of the outside of the residence, 260 Peterson Road. So it's the actual house, and the photograph would have been taken from in this area, and it would have been just taken the outside of the house. So standing there on the property.
And then I think the next picture, 3482, State's Exhibit AA5. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Again, that's the same general area where the photograph was taken from, but it's showing there's a little gazebo area outside of the house, and that's what that photograph's showing.
Mr. Junk, can you give me 3483? I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit AA6. Again, tell the jury where they're at on the property and what this picture depicts.
This photograph, it was taken, you can see the gazebo there as you're looking at the photograph on the left side. So I'm standing right there around the outside of the house, and I'm photographing the barn, portion of the barn, this portion right here, which would be the portion closer to the road.
And as you did your work out there, did you document the exterior of that barn?
Yes, I did.
Can you give me 3487, which is State Exhibit AA8? Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit AA8?
I'm standing off to the side of the house in the driveway area that run up alongside of the house, and that's an overall view of the side of the barn facing the house. And that photograph is from the driveway area.
Mr. Junk, 3491, which is State's Exhibit AA9. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
What we're seeing here is a photograph that was taken from the driveway area, but it's back in this area here, closer to the road. And that photograph is showing the overhang of the barn. And it's the same barn that we just saw in the previous picture. It's just another portion of it.
And those items that are in the middle of the picture in the driveway there, is that the way you found them when you guys appeared on the property on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit AA10, which is 3490.
Again, that's a photograph taken from the driveway area. The barn that we're back here at this barn again, in this area here, taking a photograph of the barn, or the the driveway that goes in between the house and the barn. That's what we're seeing in this photograph.
And with respect to the outbuildings that are pictured in that photo, describe what those are, and again, did you have an opportunity while you're out there to at least take a look at those?
Yes, those sat behind the house, so they were to the rear of the house, and there were just a couple of outbuildings. I don't even remember what they were used for.
State's Exhibit AA11, which is 3493. You tell the jury what we're looking at there and where we're oriented on the big board.
We are, again, at the barn, but we're in the driveway next to the barn. So we're in between the house, these little outbuildings right here, and the barn. And that photograph is showing a tote or a plastic container that was sitting next to the barn.
State's Exhibit AA12, which is 3494. Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
We're in the same general area taking the photograph from the driveway area, but that's a photograph of at the end of the driveway, going past the end of the barn, showing the fence and what leads up to the hill there towards the back of the picture.
Okay. And again, with respect to these areas that you're picturing, on this day, are these areas that eventually you all did a quick preliminary search and ultimately collected some evidence from?
Yeah, we did kind of a visual on the outside, just kind of seeing if there's anything of evidentiary value that we could see without doing a lot of manipulating of anything. So yeah, we did collect some items of evidence from the outside.
And on this day, did you bring heavy equipment, tools, or anything like that with respect to, or was that part of the plan on this day?
No, that was never part of the plan on this day. This day was just to do a quick preliminary visual, see if there's anything that we need to do further as far as evidence is concerned.
Can you give me State's Exhibit AA13, which is 3495? 3495, where are we at on the property? What are we looking at?
We are in between the barn and the outbuilding, right here in the driveway that runs from the road on back into the property. And that's just showing another barn that was it's back in the back part of the property. So it's back in here. It's another barn that was on the property. And that's just showing its relationship to where the other barn's at.
State's Exhibit AA15, which is 3498. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
We are at the very rear of the big barn over here. We're back in this area here and on the property. And that photograph is taken from the driveway, and it's just showing the open end of that barn.
And then State's Exhibit AA16, which is 3499. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yeah, that's just a pile of junk that was on the property. It's just off some of the stuff had been burnt. It's just off of the back of this barn. So if you take the back corner of the barn, it's back here in this area right here.
As you do your initial documentation of the scene, do you typically walk in and then take some panoramics as you go so you can show the relation of everything?
Yes.
And where it's at on the property?
Yes.
As you were out there documenting the way everything looked, did you also have the opportunity to document that older, bigger barn that was closer to the house?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits AA17 through AA38. And if you could take a look at these for me, and I'm going to take them back from you. Can you tell the jury, as you look through those, what those are?
These are photographs that I took on May 10th of the interior of the big wooden barn that sits right there at the driveway, across from the house.
Do those pictures truly and accurately depict the way that barn looked during your search on May 10th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit 3500, which is State's Exhibit AA17? All right, can you tell the jury where we're at, what they're looking at in that picture, and what area of the property they're on with respect to the big board?
You are at the big barn, and we're on the side, the rear of the barn. So we're back here on this side. For the photographing, I consider this the rear, this the front, and then we got the two sides. So we're at the rear, just showing that open part of the barn.
Can you give me the next picture, Mr. John? Which is State's Exhibit AA18. Can you tell the jury what you're documenting in State's Exhibit AA18?
The same thing, just moving closer to the interior of the barn.
Next picture, which is State's Exhibit AA19.
That, again, is the moving closer, moving into the inside of the barn from the backside.
State's Exhibit AA20, which is the next picture. What are we looking at there, and orient us on the diagram where you're at?
So this, we've changed locations as far as the photograph. So we've moved over to this side of the barn. So we're photographing this side, and then you can see this barn towards the rear of the photograph. So we're right here photographing this direction.
Okay. And in that picture, are there multiple, I guess, openings depicted on that side of the bar?
Yes.
Barn, not bar.
Yes, there are. There's several openings.
Can you tell the jury, or just point them out for us?
That's an opening, and that's an opening.
Okay. Did you ultimately go in to the barn and document the inside of the barn?
Yes, I did.
Can I get State's Exhibit 356? It's digital picture 3568, State's Exhibit AA21. Okay, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That was walking into the barn, and that's just one of the sections that appeared to be somewhat finished for an outside barn. You know, there were shelves there was plywood put up on the walls, that type of thing.
And throughout that barn, were there different areas of finished and unfinished and different, I won't call them cubbies, but stall type areas like that?
Yeah, it was kind of broke up throughout the barn. Some had some plywood on the walls, some didn't. Some were like fashioned in like a stall type thing. There'd be two or three of them together, and then there'd be nothing, and then you'd have sections like this.
Can I get digital picture 3570, which is State's Exhibit AA23? Can you tell us what we're looking at there in State's Exhibit AA23?
Yeah, that's another part of the inside of the barn. So this photograph would have been taken from this side, the driveway side, through towards the rear. And that's just a photograph showing that was an open part of the barn, and there were some items that were laying on the floor.
Mr. Junk, can I get digital picture 3571, which I believe is just the next picture? This is State's Exhibit AA24.
That's a mid-level or a mid-range photograph showing the tote that we saw in the previous picture that was on the floor, just some of the items that were inside of that tote.
And on that day, did you collect any of those items as evidence?
No.
Right. I'm going to take you now to State's Exhibit AA30, which is Mr. Junk 3577. Can you tell us what we're looking at there with respect to that area of the barn?
That's just a different area of the barn that was partly finished, partly unfinished, and it's just showing that it's a different section than what we saw before.
Mr. Junk, can you take us to 3583? This is going to be State's Exhibit AA36. State's Exhibit AA36, can you tell us what we're looking at there, what area of the barn we're in?
We are towards this side, back in this side of the barn, towards the front area. What we're seeing there is just, in that section, there was just a bunch of wood and stuff, some debris and stuff just piled up in the corner. And that's just showing that it's open on the one end and then the stuff that's piled up in the corner.
And then can I get the next picture, which is 3585? This will be State's Exhibit AA38.
That's more of a mid-range shot for that corner of the barn, and that's just showing how the things are piled up, and the debris and stuff that was in that corner of the barn.
Okay. As part of your work out there that day, did you also document the main residence of the house?
Yes.
May handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibits AA39 through AA92. And for the record, Your Honor, I've removed State's Exhibits AA44, AA45, AA64, and AA65. Those are not part of these pictures.
All right.
You could take a look at those exhibits. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in those exhibits?
Those are multiple photographs that I took that day of the interior and a couple of the exterior of the house that's located there on Peterson Road.
These exhibits that I just handed you, State's Exhibits AA39 through AA92, minus the ones that I put in the record are not in here. Do these truly and accurately depict the way that that house and these areas looked on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
Now, ultimately, as you did your work out there that day, did you and the other agents divide up areas of responsibility with respect to who was searching where?
As far as on the May 10th?
May 10th, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the house, other than documenting the house, did you have any responsibilities inside that house with respect to searching for evidence?
I did not. Other agents went inside the actual residence. My focus was on the outside of the residence and the outbuildings.
And ultimately, with respect to collection of evidence and taking it into the custody of BCI, were you ultimately responsible for collecting the evidence from the scene on this day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. As part of your work, did you also document the outbuildings, or the little outbuildings that you talked about on the property?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibits AA93 through AA99. Can you take a look at those for me? Can you tell the jury what those items are?
Those are photographs that I took that day, and they're documenting the outbuildings that sat behind the house, directly behind the house.
Okay. State's Exhibits AA93 through through State Exhibits AA99, do those truly and accurately depict the way those areas looked on May 10th, 2017?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can I get digital picture 3620? This will be State Exhibit AA93. Can you tell the jury what is depicted there in State's Exhibit AA93?
We're standing to the side of those outbuildings and taking a photograph of one of the entry doors to that outbuilding, and we're behind the actual residence itself.
Mr. Junk, can I get digital picture 3604, which is State's Exhibit AA94? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit AA94?
That is the interior of the outbuilding that you just saw in the previous photo.
With respect to that picture, is that picture shot back towards the front door, or is that the front door of the
That's correct. It's front door is obviously open, walk in, and then just photograph towards the back, towards the door.
Mr. Junk, can I get the next picture, which is 3605? Can I get, and that's AA95. Mr. White, can you tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit AA95?
We're on the inside of that outbuilding that we saw in the previous photo, and that's a door that separates the two of the sections inside of that outbuilding.
Can I get State's Exhibit 3603? Not State's Exhibit. Can I get digital image 3603, which is State's Exhibit AA96? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit AA96?
And again, that's virtually the same photo as we saw before. However, it's more of an overview, and it shows more of the items that were inside of that room.
Can I get digital picture 3600, which is State's Exhibit AA98? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in State's Exhibit AA98?
So that's stepping through the door we just saw, in that section that's off of the big room that we were in, and that's just some items that were in that section.
In addition to documenting this little outbuilding, did you also document that other barn that was on the property?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits AA100 through AA103. Can you take a look at those for me? Can you tell the jury what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of the barn that sits clear back on the property. So it'd be this barn here. That's photographs of that barn there.
And again, if you could, for the jury, in State's Exhibit AA17, can I see your pointer real quick?
Sure.
You pointed out that barn for him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
When you were out there on May 10th, 2017, was there a dirt road or an area where you could drive back to the backside of that barn?
There was a way to get there, yes, but it wasn't. I wouldn't define it as a road. It was more of a path.
Okay. And again, did it lead to the backside of that barn back there?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Junk, can I get digital image 3606? This will be State Exhibit AA100. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit AA100?
We're behind the house, and we're in front of that barn that's clear in the back, and that's the front of that barn.
And can I get digital picture 3609, which is State's Exhibit AA101?
That is a photograph stepping inside the barn from the main door in the front where we were at in the previous photograph, and that's showing the interior of that barn.
You testified about how you documented that scene on that day. Did you also assist in collecting evidence and taking evidence into custody that other agents found out there that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA-110. If you take a look at State's Exhibit AA-110.
That's an envelope. It's got an evidence label on it. It says 22 rimfire live ammunition, and it's got the date as May 10th, my name, and my initials.
And again, do you recognize that as evidence that was collected as part of the search of 260 Peterson Road on May 10th, 2017?
Yes.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit AA-111. State's Exhibit AA-111, can you take a look at that for me?
This is an envelope, and it's got an evidence label on it, and it's dated 5/10. It's got my name on it. It's evidence number 2, and it's live ammunition, 5.22 rimfire cartridges. It's got my name and my initials on it.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA-115. State's Exhibit AA-115. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is an envelope that's got an evidence label on it. It's evidence number 6, and it says that there's 4 9mm cartridge casings, or fired cartridges, and it's got my name on it and my initials.
Again, do you recognize State's Exhibit A-115 as evidence that was collected as part of your work out there, 260 Peterson, on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
And as part of your work out there, did you document where those shell casings, or how those shell casings appeared when they were collected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits AA-107, 108, and 109. Can you take a look at those?
Sure.
Objection.
So,
Objection.
and your basis of it?
Not related to the homicide.
We would
We
we would
The objection is overruled.
Okay, do you recognize State's Exhibits AA-107, AA-108, AA-109?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, do those pictures truly and accurately depict the work that you did at 260 Peterson on May 10th, 2017?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me digital picture 3598? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in State's Exhibit 3598? Well, excuse me, State's Exhibit AA107, which is digital picture 3598.
That's just a medium range photograph showing shell casing that was there next to the house in the drive area.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me digital image 3596, which is State's Exhibit AA108? State's Exhibit AA108, can you tell the jury what that depicts?
And that also is a photograph more close up of the shell casing from there in the driveway.
And State's Exhibit AA109, which is digital picture 3597, just the next picture. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's again a cartridge case that was found outside of the house in the driveway area.
And I handed you State's Exhibit AA115, right?
Yes,
And those are what, the 9mm?
9mm. Yes.
In addition to those cartridge casings, did you document and collect various items of paperwork that were found, like in the trash, right around the outside of that residence?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA114. State's Exhibit AA114, can you take a look at that?
This is an envelope that has an evidence label on it, and it's evidence number 5. This is paperwork, miscellaneous paperwork. It's dated 5/10/2017, and it's got my name on it and my initials.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit AA106. State's Exhibit AA106. Can you take a look at that for me? Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit AA106 is?
This is a photograph of various paperwork that was recovered from the property. Photo that I took.
For the record, I'm going inside of the piece of evidence that's marked as State's Exhibit AA114. Can you take a look at those documents? And again, tell us, do you recognize the documents inside State's Exhibit AA114?
Yes, these are the actual items that were photographed and packaged into that package. Paperwork from 260 Peterson Road.
All right. From State's Exhibit AA114, I've identified a document that I've marked as State's Exhibit AA114A. Again, is that one of the items that you recovered from that trash on May 10th, 2017?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is that?
it's printout. Looks like it's printed from, or it is printed from a Facebook account.
Okay. Does it appear to be a conversation?
Yes.
An instant message or personal message type conversation from Facebook?
Yeah, it's a chat between two people.
Can you tell the jurors who the two people depicted in that chat are?
David Jenkins, and Tabby Breach.
Handing you another item. That I'm marking State's Exhibit AA-114B. State's Exhibit AA-114B. Can you look at that again? Do you recognize that as an item that was in the trash?
Yes, this was, again, it's another printout from Facebook, and it's a conversation between two people.
And can you tell us who the two people in that one are?
Hanna Rhoden and Angela Wagner.
And May 10th, 2017 was the date that you were out there?
That's correct.
For the record, I have put State's Exhibit AA-114A and AA-114B back in to State's Exhibit AA-114. While you were out there searching in the driveway and the outside area of the house, did you have the opportunity to collect other shell casings?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit AA-104. State's Exhibit AA-104. Can you read me the digital number on the back of that?
Is 3627.
3627. Can you give me 3627? Can you tell the jury what that exhibit depicts?
That's a photograph from standing in the driveway, and I'm photographing the barn, the big barn, and that plastic container, and it's towards the rear of the big barn on the driveway side. So it's right in this area right here. That's what I'm showing.
Okay. And did you document that as an area where shell casings were recovered as part of the work out there that day?
Yes, there were casings recovered from there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A-116B. AA-116B. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that exhibit?
Yes, this is a paper bag, and it's got an evidence number 7, and it's cartridge cases, miscellaneous, and miscellaneous caliber, and it's from that area that we saw in the photograph, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it and my initials.
And are those shell casings that you collected from 260 Peterson Road on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury with respect to all the evidence that you collected on May 10th, 2017, how did you collect it, how did you mark it, how did you store it, and how was it maintained?
The evidence was collected in the same manner as any other evidence would have been collected. Wearing gloves, packaging in proper packaging, which was paper, envelope, or even potentially a cardboard box. And then I took custody of all the evidence. I transported it to BCI and put it in our temporary evidence room, which if you remember I described when I was talking about the crime scene. It's a secure room, it takes a passkey, it's under video surveillance, and it's lockers and locked, and it's very secure. So that's where it was temporarily stored until it was moved from there and either gone to the lab or into the main evidence room inside the BCI.
Okay. And at some point, well, let me back up. I am going to walk you through the house real quick. You testified as part of your work out there, you actually documented the interior of that house, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA40, which is digital picture 3506. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with State's Exhibit, what is it, AA40?
40.
AA40.
That's a photograph from inside the actual residence on Peterson Road, and it's just inside the door on the wall.
I'm going to ask Mr. Junk to put up State's Exhibit AA43, which is digital picture 3507. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That's, again, inside the residence, and that's showing the living room area.
Next picture, 3508, which is Exhibit AA46.
That's standing in the living room area and taking a photograph towards the back of the house.
State's Exhibit AA48, which is digital picture 3510.
That's one of the rooms in the house, and that's just showing, that's just a photograph from walking into the room, just showing what's on the walls.
State's Exhibit AA49, which is 3511. Next picture. You tell the jury what we're looking at there?
And again, that's one of the rooms in the house, the living room area, and that's just showing what's on the walls.
State's Exhibit AA50, which is 3513. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
That's a photograph showing a small hallway in between a couple of the rooms inside the house.
State's Exhibit AA51, which is just the next digital picture, 3514.
That's the kitchen area of the house. That's standing as you enter. The photograph's taken from the standpoint of entering the room and then just showing at the entrance what the room looks like.
Mr. Junk, just skip ahead two. Actually, just one, actually. Yeah, go one more. All right. State's Exhibit AA52, which is digital picture 3516. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's the kitchen of the residence, and they're standing right there where we saw that table capturing the rest of the room.
Next picture. State's Exhibit AA53. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That's the same.
3517. There you go.
That's, again, in the kitchen, and that's just showing the appliances that are there, the cabinets, counter area.
State's Exhibit AA54, which is 3591. You tell the jury what's depicted there.
That's in the kitchen in one of the cabinets, and that's just showing, that's a photograph showing the live 22 rounds that were found.
And our objection.
And did you collect those and testify to your collection of those exhibits?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit AA58, which is 3520. You tell the jury what they're looking at there?
You're seeing again, in the kitchen, the refrigerator and the cabinets, the wall cabinets, and there's a door off to if you're looking at the photograph, the door's off to the left-hand side.
Digital picture 3521, which is State's Exhibit AA59.
That's a photograph standing from outside of the bathroom area of the house and photographing from the doorway into the room.
Digital picture 3525, which is State's Exhibit AA61.
And that's a photograph that's showing another room, another bedroom that was inside the house.
AA62, which is 3526.
It's that same room we saw before, but just a photograph showing more of the room.
State's Exhibit AA66, which is digital picture 3535. What are we looking at there?
That's a photograph that leads to the downstairs part of the residence.
AA67, which is 3536. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
We're downstairs. We came down those stairs we saw in the previous photograph, and that's as you get to the bottom of the stairs.
AA68, which is 3537.
Again, that's in the downstairs portion, and that's just showing more of the downstairs from the stairwell.
At some point, did you go to the upstairs area of the house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit AA72, which is digital picture 3541. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That would be on the upstairs, one of the rooms that was upstairs in the house.
State's Exhibit AA73, which is 3542. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
And again, that's from the same room, just showing an overview of the rooms upstairs.
At some point, did you document the back of the house and the different entry and exit points out of the back of the house?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit AA83, which is 3553. You tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's a photograph of the rear of the house, and it's showing, obviously, there's a deck there, and there's an entry door into the main level of the house, and then down below that on the bottom right part of the picture, you see a door into the lower part of the house.
State's Exhibit AA84, which is 3556. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's going through that door on the bottom right that we just looked at, and that's walking into the basement or cellar area of the house.
And State's Exhibit AA86, which is digital picture 3558. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's actually stepping into that cellar basement area, and just an overview of what's down there.
And again, with respect to your documentation of that residence, did you document all the levels, all the rooms, including the cellar area, and more completely than the pictures that we've shown the jury?
That's correct.
And are those incorporated in the stack that I originally showed you?
Yes.
You talked about your collection of State's Exhibit AA116B. At some point, after you collected this evidence, did you take it back to BCI, or eventually did it make some of the evidence make its way to the firearms lab?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit AA116B that you've identified, could you open that for us?
Sure.
And can you remove that and tell the jury what it is?
These are individually packaged in plastic packages, various shell casings.
Okay. And from those shell casings, did you submit those to the lab? From those shell casings, did you pick shell casings to be submitted to the lab for Matt White to examine?
That's correct.
Okay. You can put them back. And do you recognize on those different baggies, do you recognize the markings of Matt White from the lab?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA-116. State's Exhibit AA-116. Do you recognize BCI markings on that item?
This is an envelope. It's got my writing on it, my name, my initials, and it says that it's 22 caliber cartridge case from driveway, search warrant 260 Peterson Road, and it's also got an evidence label and a laboratory label.
Okay. And is that one of the items that you collected from, or one of the shell cases you collected from 260 Peterson Road on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that identify the type or the caliber of that?
Yes, it's 22 caliber cartridge case, so it's a 22 caliber.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit AA-116A. Again, do you recognize the markings on that envelope?
Yes, it's an envelope. It's dated 5/10/2017. Search warrant 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it, my initials, an evidence label. It says 22 caliber cartridge case from driveway, and it's got a laboratory label on it.
With respect to those two exhibits that you just identified, State's Exhibit AA-116 and State's Exhibit AA-116A, are those items that you collected from Peterson and gave to Matt White at the lab to examine further?
That's correct.
Without going into anything that Mr. White said, the other Mr. White said, do you know whether or not he conducted an examination or comparison of those items?
Yes, he did.
And again, without going into anything that he said, did he give you an opinion on his findings with respect to his comparisons?
Yes, he did.
And without going into anything that was said, based on that opinion, did you and the investigators in this case seek another search warrant of 260 Peterson Road?
Yes, we did.
And did you conduct that search warrant or seek that search warrant very quickly?
Yes.
On May 12th, 2017, did you actually participate in another search warrant of Peterson Road?
We had met together on the 11th, and investigators got together and formulated a plan to be able to go to Peterson Road again on the 12th and execute another search warrant on the property.
And let me back you up just a little bit before we go into that search. With respect to the shell casings that you collected from the driveway, again, was this just kind of a preliminary search, the May 10th? Was that just kind of a preliminary search to grab initial evidence?
Right, it was just a visual examination. There was no, I want to say digging or earth moving or any of that type of stuff. It was just strictly visual, and just to kind of see some of what we could see on the surface there in the area.
And with respect to the shell casings that you did collect and take back to the lab, did it appear as though those shell casings had been on the ground for a while?
Yes.
Okay. And again, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience in collecting this kind of evidence, did you recognize that from the condition they were in when you observed them at the scene?
That's correct.
Now, let's go to May 12, 2017. May 12, 2017, was there another search warrant obtained and executed out there at 260 Peterson?
Yes, there was.
And if you could, talk us through, again, with respect to logistics, size, scope of this search warrant, how did that compare to the search warrant you did on May 10th?
When the investigative team met on the 11th and decided to do the search on the 12th, it was planned out much differently than what we did there, our initial preliminary, where we were just going to do a visual search and minimal manpower. At this second search that we were planning, it was going to require a lot of manpower, and it was going to, there's no way we were going to be able to keep it quiet, so to speak, like we were trying to do there on the first time. So we got together, we made a plan, we got manpower together, we utilized the STAR team, which is from the Department of Rehabilitation and Correction for manpower. We had several BCI agents that also assisted, and a couple of the deputies. We had Pike County deputies helping, and Major Lewis, and also there was an Adams County deputy that was there with us as well. So we had significant increase in manpower, significant increase in what resources we were going to use to do the search. This search, unlike the first one, this search was an exhaustive search, which means we were going to do everything we possibly could. We had rakes, shovels, we had sifters, we had all kinds of different things, tools to use to really go through and search the outside of the property.
Okay. And when you were setting up the planning of this search and the logistics, understanding that it was going to be a bigger operation, again, without going into what was said, were you doing this with the knowledge of what Matt White had found on his comparisons?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, again, with respect to the May 12th, 2017 search of Peterson Road, how did you go about doing that? Did you divide up into teams? Did certain people have certain areas? Was it a grid search? How did you set up the logistics of that search?
On that particular search on the 12th, it was encompassing the entire property. So with the exception of the interior of the house. So everything outside of the house is what was planned to be searched. And that included going up the back hill into the wooded area, and also the interior of all the outbuildings and surrounding all of the outbuildings. So what we did was we set up what they call a grid search or a line search, and everybody except for me, I was not part of the actual line to begin with. I was photographing, although we'd already did it the previous day. I was retaking pictures, and they walked in a straight line about shoulder width apart and looked at the ground, and if they saw anything, then they would stick a flag out. And then I would come up, when I saw the flag, I would re-photograph whatever they had marked. I would mark it myself with a placard, re-photograph it, and then collect it and package it.
Okay. And again, with respect to your work on May 12th, 2017, at this scene, did you also do a report documenting the work that you did?
Yes, I did.
And again, do you have a business duty to create and maintain these reports as part of your work?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB. State's Exhibit BB. If you could take a second, take a look at that.
That is the report that I created after the search on May 12, 2017 at 260 Peterson Road.
Okay. And does that report truly and accurately depict the work that you and the team did on Peterson Road on May 12, 2017?
Yes, it does.
And again, was that report created and maintained in the ordinary course of your business as an agent with BCI?
Yes, it was.
If you could, walk us through, you talked about the grid search. If you could, was there a flow or a pattern to the way that you documented and marked evidence at that scene that day?
We started at this barn here across the road, and we documented it, photographed it, marked any evidence that was there, and then I came along and put the yellow number placards down to identify it individually. And we started there, and then we came over, started in the driveway of where the Peterson Road address is. So we started in the driveway, and then we just started working back towards the back of the property, and both sides, and then ended up back in here as the final search.
Okay. And as you conducted the search that day, did you find, document, and collect shell casings that were on that property?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits BB1, BB2, and BB3. If you could take a look at those, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, do those exhibits truly and accurately depict the way 260 Peterson, or that area of 260 Peterson Road looked on May 12, 2017?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Mr. Junk, can you give me, this is going to be JDW 3633. Can you tell the jury, I've got BB1 up on the board, on the TV. BB1's up. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit BB1?
That's a photograph taken from the front of the barn that's across the street from the actual house. So we're over here at this barn here, and the photograph's taken right out here in front, and that's showing the structure that's on that part of the property.
Okay, is that picture actually capturing part of the team actually doing that search?
Those are STAR team members, and you see they're in a line there around, the building, and the back of the building, and that's what they're doing. You can even see a few flags that they've placed out as far as they've marked some evidence that's there. So that's, yes, they're actively searching the property.
And Mr. Junk, can I get the next picture, 3634, which will be BB2. BB2, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Again, that's standing at the front of that barn, that structure that's across the street, and that's just showing that side of it. As you're looking at the barn, that would be to the left side of the barn.
And then the next picture, Mr. Junk, which is BB3. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit BB3?
And again, we're standing at the same spot, except this time, if we're looking at the front of the barn, the front entrance, this would be the right side of that piece of property.
And with respect to the area that you just showed, this barn across the street, the areas that are depicted in the pictures, did you and the team that was doing the search out that day, or did the team that was doing the search out there that day, did they find shell casings in that area, or cartridge cases in that area?
Yes.
And did you, as part of your work in this case, collect shell casings from that area for further examination?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And with respect to the shell casings that you recovered out at the scene on this day, were some of those submitted to the BCI lab for further testing?
Yes,
And were some of them not submitted?
that is correct.
Okay. And were some of them the types and calibers that you were interested in searching?
Yes.
And as you searched, did you find other shell casings that you believe may not be related?
That is, yes, that's true. There was multiple calibers, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, the court will sustain the objections, strike the part about the multiple calibers, which was sort of non-responsive to the question, and will instruct the jury to disregard only that part of the response. The rest can be considered.
Eventually, after doing your work across the street at that barn, did you come across Peterson Road and search the main property area where the residence is?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Bb41 through Bb54. You take a look at those. Do you recognize State Exhibit BB1 through BB54?
Yes.
Do they truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on May 12th, 2017?
Yes, they do.
Mr. Junk, can I get 3612, which is BB41? Can you tell the jury what's in BB41?
That's a photograph of the barn that's across the street. Actually, the big barn that's next to the house there on Peterson Road. So it's this big barn right up here. This big barn right here. House is here. There's the barn.
And with respect to that area, did ultimately the team search that area as part of their work out there?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of that area before any placards were laid down or any flags laid down?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me the next picture? BB42. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Standing in the driveway, and again, it's just a photograph of that barn.
Next picture, BB43.
Same things, moving back towards the rear of the property, but it's closer to the rear of the barn. Same barn.
BB44, which is next picture.
It's moving around to the side of the barn.
Okay. And again, is this the area that ultimately was searched as part of the work out there that day?
Yes.
And as part of the work, did the team find and mark cartridge casings in that area?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit BB55. Mr. Junk, that is digital picture 3495. $34.95. Try $36.95. There we go. All right. State Exhibit BB55, which is up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an overall photograph, a distance photograph. It's got yellow placards down, starting at 18, you see there on the left side of the photograph, and 17, 16, and it keeps going, numerics. And that each one of those yellow placards, they're called, there's a piece of evidence associated with that yellow placard.
Okay. And again, is that how you documented the evidence that you marked, collected, and took into custody on that day?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit Can you give me 3706, which is BB61? All right, I put up State's Exhibit BB61 on the screen for the jury. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit BB61?
That's a photograph, medium range photograph, and that's showing evidence item number 16. That's what the yellow placard represents, item number 16. We're right there at that barn in the gravel area right next to the barn.
Okay. And then can you give me 3708, Mr. Junk? Which is State's Exhibit BB62.
That's a close-up of that item number 16, or that evidence item number 16, and that's just a close-up photograph showing exactly what the item is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB254. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit BB254?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
That's an envelope that is marked as evidence number 16. It's got an evidence label on it. It said fire cartridge case, 22 Hornet, and it's from 260 Peterson Road, and that's it.
Objection to the
Sorry.
objection.
Your Honor, you'll notice I started with item 16, and it's a 22 Hornet.
I'm going to overrule the objection. or the objection's overruled.
All right, Mr. Young, can you give me 3711, which will be State's Exhibit BB63? All right, can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit BB63?
That's kind of a medium-range photograph, which denotes the yellow placard, items number 17 and item number 18.
Okay. Can you give me BB64? Which is, I'm sorry, 3712. Next picture. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit BB64?
That, again, is item number 17, and that's a close-up photograph just showing what the item actually is.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB255. State's Exhibit BB255. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's evidence item number 17. It's got my name on it. It says fired cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it.
Again, is that a cartridge casing that you collected from 260 Peterson Road on May 12, 2017?
That's correct.
I have you just drop those in here when you're done.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit BB66, which is 3719? State's Exhibit BB66, which is on the screen, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number, the placard denotes number 19, so that's a medium-range photograph showing item number 19.
And then State's Exhibit BB67, which is 3721. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a close-up photograph showing item number 19.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB257. State's Exhibit BB257, can you look at that for me?
That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It says evidence number 19. Fired cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it.
Again, is that a piece of evidence that you collected as part of your search warrant in this case?
Yes.
Can I get digital picture 3723, which is BB68? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with State's Exhibit BB68?
You see several placards there on the driveway area, and we're next to the barn, in between the barn and the house there. You also see some of the people that were helping us search. There's STAR team members there, and Major Lewis is there. Starting at item number 20 there in the driveway, and then the numbers just go from there. So that's what that photograph is showing, as the location in relation to the number.
Can you give me digital image 3726, which is BB69?
That's a close-up photograph showing item number 20.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB258. Do you recognize State's Exhibit BB258?
Yes, it's an envelope with evidence number 20. It says fire cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, outside or driveway, outside residence, and it's got my name on it.
And again, do you recognize that as an item that you collected as part of your search on May 12, 2017, 260 Peterson?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as BB70, which is digital picture 3729. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 21, and that's what the placard's denoting, and there's a cartridge case there.
My handy, what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit BB259. State's Exhibit BB259, can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that?
Yes, that's an envelope. It's got evidence number 21 on the label. It's got my name on it. And it's fired cartridge case, 9mm Luger, outside residence, 260 Peterson Road.
You want to argue that one?
Not related to the homicide.
You're saying it is related to that?
I'm saying there will be testimony that a 9mm was anticipated.
I was asking if you wanted to put it on. Objection's overruled.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm just going to keep rolling through this stuff. I don't know, clearly, I've got a ways to go. I don't know.
This is a meaningful point to stop or a place to stop without interrupting.
At your discretion. I can break whenever, but it's going to be just more of this.
All right. So I don't know if you've finished with that last.
With that last exhibit, yes, sir.
All right, so we will take our morning recess, 15-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be assembling at the jury room at 5 after 11. While you're on break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case, to do no research at all concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law, not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including counsel, parties, or witnesses. Does counsel for either party have anything further before we recess for 15 minutes? And we are in recess until 5 after 11. Assemble at the jury room at that time. you. Please be seated. Is counsel for both sides ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. The state may resume its questioning of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. White, I'm going to actually take you back to your search of 260 Peterson on the 10th, just briefly.
Okay.
You testified to State's Exhibit AA-114. Again, can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit AA-114 is?
Right, that's the evidence number 5 from May the 10th, and it's got an evidence label on it. It says number 5, paperwork from 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it, and my initials.
Is that the evidence that you documented having been collected in the trash area there at that address?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull out 2 documents that have now been marked as State's Exhibit AA-114C and State's Exhibit AA-114D. State's Exhibit AA-114C. Can you take a look at that? Flip around. Can you tell the jury what those appear to be?
They appear to be receipts for medication.
Okay, and whose name does that appear to be for?
Angela Wagner.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA-114D. Can you take a look at that for me?
That looks like a receipt for Apple iPhone 6.
Is there a date on that receipt?
The date is April 29th, 2017.
Again, are these items that you collected as part of your work at 260 Peterson on May 10th, 2017?
That's correct.
Going back to the search of 260 Peterson on May 12th, 2017, you were testifying about various cartridge casings that were collected in the driveway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Bb41, which is digital image 3736. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an overall photograph of item number 23 as it's beside the barn, the big barn there.
And then State's Exhibit Bb74, which is 3738. you tell the jury what that is?
That's a close-up photograph showing what item number 23 actually is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB261. State's Exhibit BB261. Can you tell the jury what that item is?
It's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it says evidence number 23, cartridge case, 22 Hornet, outside, 260 Peterson Road, and
Is that an item you collected as part of your work on May 12, 2017?
that's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB77, which is digital picture 3747. Can you tell the jury what's depicted there in that State's Exhibit?
That's item number 25, which is, that's a medium-range photograph just showing item number 25, and it's next to a cartridge case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB263. State's Exhibit BB263, do you recognize that?
It's an envelope, it's evidence number 25, it's got my name on it, it's a cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th.
Do you recognize that as an item you collected on May 12, 2017?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB80, which is digital picture 3754. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit BB80?
Those are evidence item numbers 27, 28, 29, and 30, and we're right next to the barn there on the driveway side. It's just an overall photograph showing the location of each one of those items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB81, which is digital picture 3755. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in BB81?
That's a close-up photograph showing the cartridge case as item number 27.
State's Exhibit BB82, which is digital picture 3756. Next picture. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That, again, is a close-up photograph showing item number 27, which is cartridge case.
And then BB83, which is just the next digital picture. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that exhibit?
That is showing item number 27, and that's showing the head stamp, the writing, which is stamped into the head of that cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit BB265. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit BB265 is?
That it's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's evidence number 27. It's a cartridge case, 22 long rifle, 260 Peterson Road, outside of residence, May the 12th.
Again, do you recognize that as an item that you collected as part of your work on May 12, 2017?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B84, which is digital picture 3759. BB, I'm sorry. You tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit BB84.
That's a medium-range photograph that shows evidence item number 28.
State's Exhibit BB85, which is next picture. You tell the jury what that is?
That's a close-up photograph showing evidence item number 28, which is a cartridge case.
And then State's Exhibit BB86, which is 3762. State's Exhibit BB86. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's, again, a photograph showing item number 28, which is a cartridge case, and that's the head stamp or the letters that are stamped into the head of that particular cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB266. Do you recognize State's Exhibit BB266?
Yes, that's an envelope. It's evidence number 28. It's a cartridge case, 22 long rifle, 260 Peterson Road, and it's May 12th, 2017.
With respect to that exhibit there, are you able to distinguish the brand of ammo or
Yes.
ammunition that is?
Remington.
Okay. And with respect to that last exhibit, could you distinguish the brand of that ammunition as well?
That's correct. It was Remington as well.
Okay. And with respect to State's Exhibit BB266, do you see markings on that document from Matt White from your firearms section?
Yes, this item was submitted to the laboratory. It's got a laboratory label on the top.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB87, which is 3763.
That's a photograph showing item number 29, which is a cartridge case. It's just a medium range photograph.
And BB88, which is digital image 3764.
That's item number 29, and that's what that's showing is that there are more than one. There's 8 cartridge cases that was recovered right there at that where area 29 you saw in that overview photograph right there in that general area.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB267. State's Exhibit BB267, do you recognize that?
That's correct. That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's fire cartridge case, 22 Hornet 8, and it's outside the residence, 260 Peterson Road, May the 12th.
Again, is that an item that you collected as part of your work on that day?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB89, which is digital picture 3766. State's Exhibit 3766. Can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
That's a medium range photograph showing evidence item number 30.
And then BB90, which is just the next picture, 3767.
What we have in this photograph is evidence item number 30, and it's just showing that that there's 7 cartridge cases in that small area around item number 30.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit BB268. State's Exhibit BB268. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's evidence item number 30. It's a cartridge case, 7 of them, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th.
Okay. And with respect to the last picture that we showed, the faraway picture, is that the way those items looked in that area when you saw them?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. For purposes of documenting them, did you then pull them out and line them up and take that picture?
Yes.
And is that going to be the same with basically all of the pictures that I display that are lined up like this?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB108, which is 3774. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to that exhibit?
That's starting at evidence item number 32, and you can see as the numbers go up, that's right, we're close to that outbuilding there that's right behind the house and leading out towards the rear of the property, and that's just depicting the location of each one of those items.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB109, which is 3776. I'm not handing it to you, I'm showing it to you. BB109, can you tell the jury what that shows?
That's evidence item number 32, and that's a close-up photograph showing the cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB270. State's Exhibit BB270. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That is an envelope with evidence label number 32. It's got my name on it. It's a fired cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, outside residence, May the 12th.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB111, which is digital picture 3779. Just show it to you. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 33, and that's showing the cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB271. State's Exhibit BB271. Do you recognize those markings?
So an envelope, it's got my name on it. It's evidence number 33. It's a fired cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May the 12th, 2017.
Again, is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB93, which is digital picture 3786. State's Exhibit 3786, can you tell us what that is?
Starting at evidence item number 35, and it's items number 35, 36, 37, 38. And again, we're in that same area as before. That's just showing an overall location of where those items actually are at.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit BB94, which is 3787. Next picture.
That's a medium range photograph showing evidence item number 35.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB273. State's Exhibit BB273, can you tell us what that depicts?
That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's evidence number 35. It's a fired cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, outside, May the 12th, 2017.
Okay. Again, is that an item you collected on May 12th, 2017?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB97, which is 3792. You tell the jury what State's Exhibit, what that exhibit shows.
That's a close-up photograph showing evidence item number 36, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB274. Can you tell the jury what is State's Exhibit BB274?
That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's evidence number 36. It's a cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB99, which is digital picture 3795. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a close-up photograph of item number 37, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB275. State's Exhibit BB275, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope. It's got my name on it. It's evidence number 37, and it's a fired cartridge case. It's 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
Can you tell the jury, is that an item you collected as part of your work out there on that day?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB100, which is digital picture 3797. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a medium-range photograph of evidence item number 38, and that's just showing evidence item number 38, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit BB102, which is State's Exhibit 3799.
That's a close-up photograph of evidence item number 38, showing the cartridge case.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit BB103, which is digital picture 3800. This picture.
That again is the item number 38, and that's showing the head stamp on that item, and it's Remington manufactured.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB276. State's Exhibit BB276, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's evidence item number 38. It's a fired cartridge case, 22 long rifle, 260 Peterson Road, outside, May the 12th, 2017.
Again, is that an item you collected as part of your work out there on that day?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB115, which is 3808. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 41, and we are outside in front of the house in the driveway area.
And is that picture obviously looking back at the house?
Yes, the house is in the back of the picture.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB116, which is 3810. State's Exhibit BB116, what's that?
That's a close-up photograph of evidence item number 41, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB279. State's Exhibit BB279, can you look at that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
That's an envelope, it's evidence number 41. It's got my name on it, and it's a fired cartridge case, 22 long rifle, 260 Peterson Road, outside.
Is that an item that you collected as part of your work in this case?
Yes,
Do you recognize the lab markings from where that went to the firearms lab?
that is correct. It was submitted to the lab.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB117, which is digital picture 3812. Can you tell the jury where we're at and what we're looking at in this picture?
We are there at the first outbuilding, just behind the house, off to the side in the driveway, and that's evidence item number 42 shown in the photograph.
Show the jury State's Exhibit BB118, which is digital picture 3814. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That is a photograph, close-up photograph of evidence item number 42, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB280. State's Exhibit BB280, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it says fired cartridge case, 9mm Luger, evidence item number 42, 260 Peterson Road.
Again, is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB119, which is digital picture 3816. You tell the jury what they're looking at there, where they're at in regards to the house.
We are behind the house, towards the first outbuilding, to the side of the first outbuilding, and that's evidence item number 43.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit BB120, which is digital picture 3818. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That it's a photograph showing the cartridge case identified as item number 43.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB281. State's Exhibit BB281, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope containing evidence number 43. It's got my name on it, and it's a fire cartridge case, 9mm, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Again, is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as BB121, which is digital image 3820. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
In this photograph, we're looking at items 44, 45, 46. We're at the side of the barn that faces the house, and we're towards the rear of the barn.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB125, which is digital picture 3830. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a photograph showing evidence item number 46. And it's a cartridge case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, or hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB284. State's Exhibit BB284. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 46. It's a fire cartridge case. There's two of them. And it's 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB128, which is digital picture 3836. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence items 48 and 49. It's just an overview showing their location.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit BB130, which is digital picture 3838. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in that picture?
That's item number 48, which is a close-up photograph showing the cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB286. State's Exhibit BB286. Can you tell the jury what that item is?
That's evidence number 48. And it's got my name on it. It's a fire cartridge case, 9mm, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB132, which is digital picture 3841. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that exhibit?
That's a close-up photograph of item number 49, and it's a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB287. State's Exhibit BB287. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's got my name on it. It's a fired cartridge case, 9mm, 260 Peterson Road, outside, May the 12th, 2017.
Again, is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB133, which is digital image 3844. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's a photograph showing evidence items number 50 and 51, and we're right next to the barn in the driveway area.
Okay, and as part of your work on this day, did you bring metal detectors and other equipment to help you more intensively search?
Correct. Metal detectors, rakes, shovels, that type of thing.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB135, which is digital picture 3847.
That's a close-up photograph showing evidence item number 50, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB136, which is just the next picture, Mr. John. BB136, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's a photograph of the head stamp. It's a Remington ammunition.
I hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB288. State's Exhibit BB288, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope, my name on it, evidence number 50, fired cartridge case, 22 caliber, and it's May the 12th, 2017.
Did you collect that as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB138, which is digital picture 3851. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a photograph, close-up photograph showing evidence item number 51, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to show you, or hand you, what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB289. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's an envelope, it's got my name on it. It's a fired cartridge case, evidence number 51, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB139, which is 3853. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
What we're looking at there is the driveway with that plastic tub, if you recall, that had some used oil in it that was sitting right there next to the barn. That's what that removed. And we've got evidence items number 52 and 53.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB140, which is 3855. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a close-up photograph of evidence item number 52.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB290. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit BB290 is?
It's an envelope, evidence number 52, fire cartridge case, 9mm Luger, 260 Peterson Road, outside, May 12th, 2017.
And again, did you collect that as part of your work out there that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB142, which is 3860. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit, that exhibit?
We're in the same area there as the previous items, but that's just a medium range photograph showing items number 54 and 55.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB292. Can you tell the jury what's in State's Exhibit, or what that exhibit is?
It's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's fire cartridge case, there's 4 of them, and they're 40 caliber, and it's 260 Peterson Road, outside, May 12th, 2017.
And again, did you collect those as part of your work out there on that day?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB146, which is digital picture 3867. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in that exhibit?
That's evidence item number 56, and just to the right of that placard is a cartridge case.
And we're going to just go to the next picture, which is BB147, State's Exhibit BB147. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 56, sorry. And that's the head stamp, the Remington, showing the Remington manufacturer of the ammunition.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB294. Can you take a look at that for us?
That's evidence item number 56. It's got my name on it, and it's 22 caliber Remington. It's 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
Did you collect that item as part of your work out there that day?
Yes,
Does that item also indicate that it went to the lab to Matt White over there in firearms?
that's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB148, which is digital picture 3869. Just next picture. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's item numbers 57, 58, and 59. We're there at the corner of the barn, and it's just an overall photograph showing where they're at.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Bb41, which is digital image 3873. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 57, and that's 4 cartridge cases, a close-up photograph of the 4 cartridge cases.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB295. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's a fired cartridge case, evidence number 57, there's 4 of them, and it's 9mm, it's 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Again, did you collect that as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB152, which is digital image 3875. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 58, and it's showing the 2 cartridge cases.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me the next picture? Can you tell the jury, this is BB153, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
The head stamp of evidence item number 58, and it's the Remington head stamp.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB296. State's Exhibit BB296, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's, it's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's evidence number 58, 2 fired cartridge cases, 22 Remington, and outside the residence, May 12th, 2017.
Again, did you collect those as part of your work out there?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB157, which is digital picture 3882. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 61, and some other flags that denote other pieces of evidence, just an overview. We're behind the barn, heading up the hill there.
And State's Exhibit BB158, which is digital picture 3883. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 61, so that's 5 cartridge cases, just a close-up showing the actual items of evidence.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB299. State's Exhibit BB299, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's evidence item number 61, it's 5 fired cartridge cases, 9mm Luger, 260 Peterson Road, outside May 12th, 2017.
Okay. Again, did you collect that as part of your work in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB159, which is digital image 3885. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the lane that's behind the barn, and it goes up into that wooded area that I described earlier, behind the house, behind the barns, heading up the hill there.
And were there items of interest that you collected along that lane?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit BB160, which is digital image 3886. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 62, and it's just a medium range photograph showing the cartridge case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit BB300. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit BB300? Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's an envelope, it's got my name on it, it's evidence number 62, and it's a one fired cartridge case. It's 7.62 by 39, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
And again, is that an item that you collected as part of your work in this case?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B161, which is digital image 3889. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's evidence item number 63, and we're still in that lane back behind the barn.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit BB301. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit, is it BB301?
Yes.
What that is?
It's got my name on it. It's evidence item number 63, fire cartridge case, 22 Hornady, and it's 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
Is that an item that you collected as part of your work out there on that day?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB164, which is digital image 3893. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to that exhibit?
That's evidence item number 64, and we're still in that lane back behind the barn.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB302. State's Exhibit BB302, can you tell the jury what that is?
So it's got my name on it. It's evidence number 64. It's one fire cartridge case, 9mm Luger, 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
Is that an item that you collected as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB166, which is digital image 3896. Can you tell the jury, when it comes up, what that is?
That's a photograph showing evidence item number 65, which is a cartridge case.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB303. Can you take a look at that for me? Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
That's an envelope with my name on it. It's evidence number 65. It's a fired cartridge case, 9mm RP, and 260 Peterson Road, May 12th, 2017.
Did you collect that as part of your work on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB172, which is digital image 3912. Can you take a look at that for us? Well, look at that one on screen. Can you tell us where we're at on the property and what we're looking at there?
So we've taken that trail up into that wooded area I described earlier. We're back behind the residence, back behind the barns, and that's evidence item number 67.
Mr. Jump, can you just give me the next picture? Again, is that just a closer view of where and something of interest or items of interest were recovered?
Yeah, where those flags are at denote items of evidence, and it's all going to be item number 67.
Can you give me digital image 3917, which is State's Exhibit BB174? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit BB174?
That's item number 67. We're in that wooded area, and that's cartridge cases that were found there in that wooded area.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB305. State's Exhibit BB305, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 67. It's got my name on it, and it's 17 .22 caliber casing, and it's in the woods behind the house, May 12, 2017.
And again, are those items that you collected on that property as part of your search out there?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit BB177, which is digital image 3921.
What we're looking at there is that outbuilding that we saw earlier that's directly behind the house. We're on the driveway side of that outbuilding.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit BB179, which is digital image 3923. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at when that comes up?
That's a medium range photograph showing evidence item number 69.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB307. State's Exhibit BB307. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
That's got my name on it. It's evidence item number 69. It's a cartridge case, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB188, which is digital image 3942. Can you tell the jury where we're at, what we're looking at there?
We're next to the barn, the big barn, there on the driveway side, next to the barn across from the house, next to the house, driveway in between. We're on the side, the house side of that barn, in the driveway area.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB189, which is just the next picture, Mr. Junk.
So that's evidence item number 75, and that's just showing the two casings.
Okay. And hold off before you say what this is. I'm going to ask you a specific question about it. Can you tell the jury, again, do you recognize that envelope as being tied to that specific BCI item number?
That's correct. It's evidence item number 75.
Okay. And were there, again, without just answering my question, were there 2 shell casings collected as part of evidence item 75?
Yes.
And was one of those shell casings a .40 caliber shell casing?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, again, contained in that packet, in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
What was that exhibit number?
That exhibit was B313. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB190, which is digital image 3945.
So that's a photograph showing evidence items 77, 76, and 77, medium range photograph.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB192, which is digital image 3947. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for, well, first of all, tell the jury what that is.
That's evidence item number 77, and that's a close-up photograph showing that item.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB315. Can you tell the jury what that item is?
It's evidence number 77. It's got my name on it. It's a fire cartridge case, 9mm Luger, beside barn, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit BB196, which is digital image 3956. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
You've got different numbers, 75, 79, 80, 81, 82. Those are identifying specific items of evidence that was collected there in that area.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB195, which is digital image 3953.
So that's evidence item number 80, a close-up photograph just showing the cartridge cases.
I'm going to show you, or I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB318. State's Exhibit BB318, can you tell the jury what that is?
It's an envelope, it's got my name on it. It's evidence number 80, and it's 5 9mm Luger fire cartridge case, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Is that an item you collected as part of your work out there?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB200, which is digital image 3967. Can you tell the jury where we're at and what we're looking at in that picture?
In this photograph, we're at the back of the barn, and we're in that open area where you can walk into the barn.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB201, which is digital image 3968.
So that's evidence item number 84, just a close-up photograph showing the cartridge cases.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB322. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an envelope with my name on it, evidence number 84, fired cartridge case, 2 of them, 9mm Luger, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Did you collect that item as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB202, which is digital image 3970. You tell the jury what they're looking at there, what part of the property we're on?
Again, we're just inside that barn, the big barn, and we're looking at what's been marked as evidence item number 85.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB323. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit BB323 is?
That's an envelope with my name on it, evidence number 85. It's a fire cartridge case, 9mm Luger, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Is that an item that you collected as part of your work in this case?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB204, which is digital image 3973. Can you tell the jury where we're at on the property and what we're looking at there?
We're still at that barn, on the outside of the barn, and the big barn there that we were at before. And it's just on a concrete pad that's right there. And that's just what that's showing.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit BB205, which is image 3975. Can you look at that for us?
So it's been identified as item number 86, and it's just showing the actual overview of the actual items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for it's just the next picture, Mr. Young. BB206 is the next exhibit. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
They're looking at what's been marked as evidence item number 86, which is a close-up photograph. It's showing 4 cartridges.
And State's Exhibit BB207, which is 3977.
And again, that's evidence item number 86, and that's a photograph of the head stamp of that ammunition.
What brand is that?
Remington.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB324. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit BB324 is?
It's got my name on it. It's evidence item number 86. It's 4/22 long, and it's outside of the residence, May 12, 2017.
Did you collect those items? Did you collect those items as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to searching all around that driveway and the barns, at some point, did you guys either take up or look underneath the deck that was on that residence?
Yes, we did. We could see some evidence underneath it, so we removed the top boards.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit Bb41, which is digital picture 3978. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in that exhibit?
We're at the rear of the actual house on the property, off to where the deck's at, and that's showing a couple of the deck boards removed and a flag denoting possible evidence.
States Exhibit Bb209, which is digital image, which is the next picture. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's a flag, and it's identifying the area of evidence.
Eventually, did you collect evidence from underneath that deck?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit Bb210, which is digital image 3983. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's been identified as evidence item number 87, and it's just showing the location of the evidence underneath the deck there.
States Exhibit Bb212, which is digital image 3985. You tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's a close-up photograph of the cartridge case, item number 87.
Do you also photograph the head stamp of that one?
Yes.
Digital image, States Exhibit BB213, which is the next picture, digital image 3986.
So that's the photograph of the head stamp. It's the Remington ammunition.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit BB325. Can you tell the jury what States Exhibit BB325 is?
It's a cartridge case. It's got my name on it, evidence item number 87, 22 long, and it's 260 Peterson Road underneath the deck.
Did you collect that item as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit BB214, which is digital, just the next digital image. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that item?
That's evidence item number 88, and we're still underneath the deck, but it's showing a piece of evidence.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit BB215, which is digital image 3988. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's what's been identified as evidence item number 88, and it's 2 cartridge cases.
Did you also photo the head stamp of that item?
Yes.
I'll show you BB216, which is just the next picture.
So that's a photograph of the head stamp, and it's showing that it's Remington ammunition.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit BB326. States Exhibit BB326. Can you tell the jury what that item is?
It's got my name on it. It's evidence item number 88, and it's 2 22 long cartridge cases, and it's under the deck, 260 Peterson Road.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. States Exhibit BB217, which is digital image 3991.
So that's a photograph of evidence item number 89, and there's a flag there showing the evidence. We're still underneath the deck.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit BB327. States Exhibit BB327, can you tell the jury what that is?
It's got my name on it, evidence number 89, and it's a fire cartridge case, 9mm, 260 Peterson Road under the deck.
Did you collect that as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB219, which is digital image 3994. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a photograph showing underneath the deck, and it's evidence item number 90.
And BB220, which is digital image 3995.
That's a photograph of the head stamp on evidence item number 90, which is shown as Remington ammunition.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB328. State's Exhibit BB328, can you tell the jury what that is?
It's evidence number 90, and it's got my name on it, and it's a 22 fired cartridge case, and it's underneath the deck, May 12, 2017.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB221, which is digital image 3996.
That's a photograph showing evidence item number 91, and it's still underneath the deck.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB329. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Got my name on it, evidence number 91. It's a fired cartridge case, 9mm, under the deck, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Is that an item you collected as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB223, which is digital image 3998. You tell the jury what that is.
That's evidence item number 92. We're still underneath the deck there at the house.
And then the next picture, Mr. Junk, which is State's Exhibit BB224.
That's evidence, the head stamp of evidence item number 92, which is just showing it's Remington ammunition.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB330. State's Exhibit BB330. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's, it's evidence number 92, and it's a 22 long cartridge case, and it's underneath the deck, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked, or I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB231, which is digital image 4013. Can you tell the jury where we're at and what they're looking at there?
We're back over along in the driveway side of the big barn, back towards the back of it.
And State's Exhibit BB232, which is just the next picture, Mr. Junk. Can you tell the jury what's depicted there?
That's evidence item number 95. It's showing a cartridge case, an overall photograph.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB333. Can you take a look at that?
Yeah, that's evidence item number 95. It's got my name on it, and it's 3 fired cartridge casings, 22 long, and it's outside May 12, 2017, 260 Peterson Road. It's also got a laboratory label on it.
Okay. And with respect to the picture that's up, if you look closely, probably at your screen, does it indicate that there's actually multiple shell casings there?
Yes, it does.
Okay. You say this appears to be an item that went to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB233, which is digital image 4016. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 96, and it's just showing multiple casings that were there in that area.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB334. State's Exhibit BB334. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 96. It's got my name on it. and it's fired cartridge case. There's 11 of them, 22 Hornet, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit BB234, which is digital image 4019. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a photograph showing, overall photograph showing evidence item number 97.
In State's Exhibit BB235, which is digital image 4021. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's evidence item number 97, and it's showing that there's approximately 4 casings in that, right there at that placard.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB335. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit BB335? Is it 235 or 335?
335.
335.
That's evidence item number 97. It's got my name on it, and it's fired cartridge case 4.22 caliber, and it was there beside the barn, 260 Peterson Road, May 12, 2017. It was also has a laboratory label as well.
Again, does that indicate that it went to Matt White over at the firearms lab?
That's correct.
All right. I don't want you to elaborate. I just want you to answer this question. All right. You've testified about a lot of shell casings that you recovered as part of your work at this scene.
Correct.
And were there other shell casings that you collected as well?
Correct.
Did,
Well, you want to approach just a minute? question.
Okay, again, I don't want you to elaborate, just answer the question that I asked. Were there other shell casings out of that scene that were collected as part of the search?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Was some of the evidence sent to the lab and some of it not sent to the lab?
Correct.
In addition to shell casings, did you find other items of interest out on that property that day?
Yes, we did.
I'm not sure how much longer you wish to go with this witness. It's approaching 12:30, so I didn't know we'll have a lunch break at some point.
We can break, Your Honor.
All right, let's take our lunch break now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It will be until 1:30. At 1:30, you're to assemble at the jury room downstairs to be brought up to the courtroom by court personnel. While you are on this break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do not do any research at all concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Is there anything further from counsel for either side before we adjourn for lunch?
No, thank you.
All right, jury will assemble at the jury room at 1:30, and we are in the session until then. after lunch. Lieutenant White is on the witness chair. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought in?
Yes, Sheriff. One thing I would point out, we have this witness, we have actually one more witness for the day after this. It'll be a firearms specialist. We had another witness lined up, but he had to be off the stand by 3 o'clock, and we didn't think we were going to be able to get him on. He was going to introduce all of this stuff. So just kind of wanted to lay that out there with respect to how we're going to lay out the rest of the afternoon. We'll have Matt White, who is our firearms expert, after Brian White, but then that'll be the only other witness we have, because we didn't want to break it up and try to bring someone else halfway through one of this testimony.
So it may or may not be an early day, depending on how many questions everybody has for
Yeah,
the witness.
it may or may not be. He's probably overworried. He'll probably go right up to 4 at least.
So that's acceptable with you, fans? All right, so if we're ready for the jury briefing.
Probably not a bad idea.
You may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You'll recall that when we took our noon recess, that Lieutenant White was in the witness chair, as he still is, and the state was conducting direct examination. So is the state ready to proceed with that?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Lieutenant White, you testified about the cartridge casings that you collected as evidence as part of this case. Could you take a second and point out to the jury basically where the majority of those cartridge casings were found with respect to on that property?
The majority of them were in this driveway area, in between the house and the barn, and then right up next to the barn, on this house side.
When you collected those cartridge casings, how did you package them? How did you collect them? How did you take them into evidence, and where did you store them?
Collected the same way each time, rubber gloves, and placed in the proper packaging, which was paper, and sealed, initialed, logged on an inventory, and then once it was transported from the scene, went into the temporary evidence there at BCI.
Okay. In addition to cartridge casings, did you recover other evidence from that scene on May 12th, 2017?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Bb41, which is digital picture 4008. All right, 4008 that's up on the screen, could you, excuse me, State's Exhibit BB228 that's up on the screen. Could you tell the jury what's depicted in that picture and where on the property that picture was located or was taken?
That was an area that was close to the house, in the grassy area at the house before you got to the driveway, and it was a burn area, like a burn ring that was there, surrounded by rock.
Does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on May 12, 2017?
That's correct.
And as part of your work out there, did you or other agents examine the area around that burn ring on that property there at 260 Peterson?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB229, which is digital photograph 4009. Just next picture. Can you tell the jury again, what are we looking at there and what's depicted in that picture?
That's the same burn pit area or burn ring, but it's just showing a different angle. The photograph's just taken at a different angle.
And was there an item of evidence in that burn ring area that your agents or your team marked and that you ultimately collected?
Yeah, that's what the flags denote there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit BB230, which is digital picture 4012. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that photo?
That is a piece of burnt electronics that was found during a search of that burn ring area.
Can you put some gloves on for me?
Sure.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB332.
Okay.
Can you take a look at that package and tell the jury whether or not you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, it's got an evidence label as evidence number 94, and it's burnt electronic from fire pit, and it's got my name on it, and May 12th, 2017.
Again, is that an item that you would have collected as part of your duties on the search warrant out at 260 Peterson Road on May 12th, 2017?
That's correct.
Could you do me a favor? Could you open that item and then carefully remove what's in it? Just watch it close. Just make yourself super dirty or make a mess.
Kind of in pieces. Get it out there. So much stuff in there.
So here's what I want to do. Just gonna have to cut it bigger. Okay, do me a favor, shake it. Obviously, there's stuff falling out, correct?
Yeah.
Shake it loose so they don't drag stuff all over the courtroom. The item that you just removed from that bag, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's the piece of electronics that was collected from the burn pit, item number 94.
Okay, and if you would, Your Honor, can you step out?
Yes.
If you would, step out here in front of the jury. I want you to turn it so they can see the end where your hand actually is. And then again, just carefully walk in front of the jury so as to not show them what that item is. And if you would, just carefully return it to the packaging. Lieutenant White, ultimately, again, did you collect that item and take it into evidence there at BCI?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in the investigation, did you or other agents, or did you turn this item over to other agents to try to determine what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were other agents able to basically look at that and compare that to other pieces of electronics in an attempt to identify that item?
Yes, they did.
As part of your work out there at 260 Peterson, at some point when you're out that property, was your attention drawn to a well or a cistern that was in the barn area of that property?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the jurors about that, where that was, and how your attention was drawn to it.
We discovered when we were searching the interior of the barn, the big barn there along the driveway, that there was an old well or cistern that had been covered up with a bunch of old debris and had a bunch of bricks and stuff to try to fill it in. So we worked to uncover that to document it.
Okay. And were you able to observe that cistern or that well in that barn?
Yes.
Now, at that May 12th, 2016 search warrant, did you guys make an attempt to put anyone down inside that well?
No, we didn't. We looked at it and we didn't have the proper equipment to get somebody down into the cistern safely. So we opted not to send anybody in it on the 12th.
And at some point, were discussions had about what type of equipment or what you would need to actually safely get down there?
Once we looked at it and we decided that it'd be best to have a dive team go down and search it. It wasn't that big, it was just deep. And we didn't have equipment available to us at BCI to be able to safely go in to the cistern and do it. So our plan was to get a hold of a dive team at a later date and have a dive team come in and search it.
Okay. And at some point later down the road, did that happen?
Yes.
You know? Okay. What year did you leave BCI to go to Madison County?
December 2018 is
Okay.
when I left.
With respect to the work you did as part of the search warrants at 260 Peterson, both on May 10th, 2017 and May 12th, 2017, was what you testified today basically the extent of the work that you did out those scenes?
That's correct.
And with respect to the reports that you did in this case, again, does that document the evidence that you collected as part of your work out there and basically what you did as part of those search warrants?
Yes, it does.
I've known it for a while.
The defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again.
You too.
Thank you for coming in and sharing all your hard work with us. I do have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Now, with respect to that burnt electronic device you just showed the jury, do you know what that is?
Do I know what it
Yes.
is? No.
Do you know where it came from,
I know it.
other than the fire pit?
That's
or
the only place I know.
Do you know
that
how
came
long
from.
it was there?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, with respect to all the shell casings and other things that you identified this morning and this afternoon, some of those items were collected by other people at the scene other than you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then turned over to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, some of the items you found personally, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these searches took place in May 2017. That's just over a year after the crimes, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that in that year time frame, there was a lot of speculation in the public as to what happened here?
Yes.
In fact, law enforcement had quite a few press conferences trying to keep the public informed on the status of the investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to review just a few of the photographs, if I could. Let's start with, they're right here handy, BB1. And that is, well, before I get into those, let me use the aerial. That might save some time. State's Exhibit AA-117, you identified this earlier, correct?
Yes.
This is an aerial photograph. I think the jury's probably been able to see this aerial photograph. Just a couple of questions.
Okay.
Do you know how old this photo is or when it was taken?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. This big area kind of in the middle up here where I'm pointing, that's the barn area?
Yes.
The old barn, I think it's been referred to?
Yes.
And then the house is kind of here in the middle, it's kind of darker?
Yes.
And then the kind of new barn is up here where I'm pointing.
Yes.
Okay. Now this is Peterson Road, which it's labeled down here on the right, but this kind of aqua green, I'm not colorblind. That's Peterson Road, right?
Yes.
All right. Have you been to the end of Peterson Road there?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Are you aware it's a dead end?
No, I don't recall ever being at the end of it.
All right. When you were out there, there was not any traffic on this road, was there?
I couldn't tell you. Nothing that piqued my interest.
Okay. And the Wagner, this belonged to the Wagners, right?
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
All right. And their property extended this way towards, there's like a river or creek through there?
Yes.
It extended over to that. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
All right. And it extended behind the barn, behind the house in this direction, up onto that hill, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
All right. And it was about 70 acres or so. Is that right?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. So showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit BB1, which is 3633. I'm sure you recognize this from earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's this kind of garage area across the street.
Yes.
All right, and that doesn't have any sides on it, or it's not completely sided.
No, it is not.
All right, and looking in the background there, that's looking kind of back in this direction towards the creek area.
Yes.
All right, and did you notice some hills on the other side there?
Yes.
All right, did you notice any like towers of any sort for power lines or cell towers or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
All right, and showing you what's BB2, which is digital number 3634, I suppose. This is another angle you talked about. Looking back across, kind of back towards, is that 32? That's
Yes.
Peterson Road right there, right?
That's correct.
If you go down there, that's 32 right out
Yes.
there. All right. So to the right of that, you see the edge of the building, correct?
Yes.
And there are no towers or cell towers or power line towers out that way, correct?
I don't see any, no.
Okay. And if you look at BB3, which is Exhibit 3635 digitally, I believe it's a pan to the other direction that you testified to.
Mhm.
You recognize that, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Do you see any towers, of electronic towers or cell towers or anything like that in the distant hills?
Not that I can see.
If we could zoom in on that just a little bit digitally, I think.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
if we could stop right there. We've zoomed in digitally. I don't know if
Yeah.
you can see it on the monitor there.
Yes.
Okay, you see kind of, do you see a tower in the distance?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you perhaps stand up and point it out on the big one here, because it's not real clear? Okay, those appear to be maybe high voltage power lines.
Correct.
All right, that's quite a ways away.
Yeah,
So
Oh, yeah, yeah.
do you have any idea how far away that is?
I would not even have a guess.
All right, it wasn't clear in the picture. You kind of had to zoom it and look for it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And that's on the other side of that river or creek that runs through there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
If I could have AA 100 through 103. You remember taking photos, I believe you called it the new or smaller barn that was up on the hill there?
Yes.
Not the old barn, but the new one, right?
Correct.
Do you recall, let me show you here, let's go for digital number 3606, which is states AA100. This is a photo of what I just referenced, is that right?
Yes, that's the barn clear at in the rear.
All right, I'm calling that the new barn.
Okay, yep.
It appeared to be newer than,
Newer than the one up towards the house. Yes.
right, and AA101, which is 3609, perhaps makes it more clear that with the interior, that appears to be a new barn.
Yeah, it's
And you can tell by the wood, right?
Yes.
It hasn't weathered.
correct.
All right. Did you happen to take any measurements on the width of that barn, either the stalls or the entire width, or take any measurements whatsoever?
No, I did not.
Did anyone on the search team ever take any measurements that you know of?
Not that I recall.
Now, the various ammunition, the shell casings, the different things that you identified earlier, those are rather common commercial brands of ammunition. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say yes.
And on May 12th, the second search, you actually had metal detectors and rakes, which helped you recover the various items.
Yes,
You needed those tools to help you recover all those items.
yes,
And when you were taking pictures of the basement area, do you remember that?
Mhm.
And there was a door from the outside that you walked into the basement. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
yes, sir.
That appeared to be a very old house based on the foundation. Is that right?
It wasn't new.
It was an old farmhouse.
Yes, an old farmhouse. That's how I would describe it.
With a big old barn
Yeah.
there with a cistern.
Yep.
Apparently had been there a very long time.
Yes,
And I believe, and if you need to look at your report, please do, but you started the search around 1:25 in the afternoon. Does that sound approximately right?
yeah. I thought it might have been a little bit earlier than that, but
Well, look where you start collecting the various items. I think there's a timeline there. If I'm wrong in any way, please correct me.
I don't have an exact time.
Okay. What time do you think you searched? Let me ask you.
I thought it was mid-morning, 10, 11-ish.
All right, do you recall about what time you finished?
It was before dark, in the evening time.
All right, so do you know approximately how many hours you were there? Just approximately.
I would say probably 6 or 7,
All right,
approximately.
I understood. Okay, just a moment. Just a couple more questions. You showed us some photographs, like behind the old barn area, looking on the aerial photograph here. There's a path that goes up the hill, right?
Yes, sir.
How far up that hill did you go? Do you recall?
We went quite a ways back up into the wood line and further back into the woods.
Okay. Did you go all the way over all 70 acres?
I would say no.
Okay. You took some photos up there where you recovered some items. You remember that
Yes,
from
sir.
earlier.
Yes.
Was that like your furthest point up, do you
No, it was searched further.
think? You searched further, but you didn't find anything?
Correct.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you.
No other questions.
Any redirect?
Can we approach? Lieutenant White, you were asked on cross-examination about how long you were out there, correct?
Correct.
And you were also asked on cross-examination about special equipment that you had to bring and the number of hours that basically you spent out there doing work at
Correct.
the scene, correct? Were there many more shell casings than the shell casings that I presented to you that we went through?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a stack of exhibits. It starts with BB239. You don't have to go through those individually. Just look at them. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to go into any specifics with respect to anything about these.
Okay.
But do you recognize these as other shell casings you collected on May 12, 2016?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are these shell casings that we didn't talk about in direct examination?
That is correct.
When you look at these that we talked about and these that we didn't talk about, were there a bunch of shell casings that you had to recover that day?
Yes, there were.
And did it take a long time to recover all of those shell casings?
Yes, it did.
In addition to just shell casings in this area where the main residence is, did you find some across where the barn is as well?
Yes, we did.
And again, due to the extensive area that you covered, the extensive nature of the search, and the number of cartridge casings that you recovered, is that why it took so long out there that day?
That's correct.
You were asked on cross-examination about that new barn, and you were shown a couple pictures of that new barn. May 10th, 2017, was that the first time that you had ever set foot in that new barn?
That's correct.
Okay. And the pictures that we showed for you and the defense showed for you, is that the way that barn appeared on May 10th, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the inside of that barn looked like in April of 2016?
No, I do not.
Any idea if there were stalls? Any idea how wide it was or how open it was inside that barn in April 2016?
I have no idea.
With respect to your observations of the shell casings that you observed on that property, did some of those shell casings show a lot of wear, like they'd been there for a while?
Yes, some were weathered, yes.
Okay. And is that consistent with them sitting out in the elements and being exposed to different weather?
Yes.
You were asked about media and media attention with respect to around the time that you went out there. With respect to May 10th, 2017, when you went out for that initial look, were you purposely trying to avoid detection?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say detection, I'm talking detection by the media, by detection by onlookers.
Yes.
Was part of that purpose so that the Wagners wouldn't know what you were doing out there?
That's correct.
Wouldn't know that you had been out there?
Correct.
Wouldn't know whether or not you had recovered evidence from out there?
Yes.
Now, on the 12th, when you went out there, you had a bigger group, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, media and other people learned that you were out there, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to the search of May 10th, 2017, the 22 long rifle that ended up at that Matt White ended up looking at. Again, did you recover those out there at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were they mixed in with other shell casings that showed similar wear and similar weather?
Yes, they were.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
They recross.
No.
And they step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Statement to call it Smith's witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will recall Matt White.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God.
I do.
You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you give everyone your name again, please?
My name is Matthew White.
And Mr. White, tell everybody again where you work.
I work at the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, also known as BCI, in London, Ohio.
And what do you do for them again?
I am a firearm examiner.
And is that what you did back in April of 2016 through May of 2017 at least?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I request the defense stipulate to his qualifications as an expert.
All right, the stipulation is that,
The parties would stipulate and agree that Mr. White is an expert in the areas of firearms identification and tool marking.
all right, is that the stipulation?
Yeah.
All right, the jury shall accept that stipulation.
Now, you already came before the jury and you talked to them about initial examinations that you did in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And with respect to the initial work in this case, were you asked to examine the evidence that had come from the crime scenes and make or render opinions with respect to that evidence?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you already came in here and testified. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was one of your opinions that you rendered based on the evidence that was recovered from the scene, was one of the opinions that one of the weapons responsible for the cartridge casings found at the scene was a .40 caliber?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able, based on your examination, as you testified, to determine that, or make a recommendation that those shell casings could have been fired by a Glock?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a matter of fact, did you go further and try to do some determinations on what generation Glock that could be?
I did.
And you testified to that already, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
That information there, did you pass that on to the investigators who were working the case?
I did.
Also, was your examination of the evidence collected from the scene, based on that examination, were you able to render an opinion as to whether or not a .22 firearm had been used?
I was.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, did you go further and research the possible type of .22 that could have been bought?
I did.
And you testified about that, is that correct?
Correct.
And ultimately, somewhere in the investigation, you were able to tell, or render an opinion with respect to the type of .22, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was that again?
The specific type of .22?
Yes.
Yes, it was consistent with a Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistol.
Was it also your opinion, based on the evidence recovered from scene one, that a .30 caliber weapon had been used?
That's correct.
And were you able to, again, do examinations and render an opinion that it was possible that that .30 cal was a 7.62 by 39?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, based on your examinations of that evidence, were you able to determine as to whether or not the projectiles recovered at scene one, the .30 cal projectiles, were consistent with having been fired from an SKS?
Yes, that is correct. They are possible to be fired from an SKS rifle.
As part of your work in this case, did investigators bring you a list of guns that they had recovered as part of a download that they had done?
I did.
Basis of rejection. Objection is overruled.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit HH2. State's Exhibit HH2, do you recognize that? Have you seen that document before?
Yes, I believe this is the list that I was given at that time.
And when you were given that list by investigators, were you asked to give them an opinion as to whether or not any of the guns on that list could have been contributors, could have been the guns that fired the shell casings recovered, shell casings or projectiles recovered at the crime scenes?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that for them?
I did.
Were you able, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, and the work that you had done in this case, examining both the shell casings and the projectiles, were you able to render an opinion as to whether or not any guns listed on that list could have been responsible for the evidence recovered from the scenes?
I did.
Okay. And could you tell the jury what that opinion was?
I felt the most likely candidates for firearms that could have been used were the SKS 7.62 by 39 and the Colt 1911 22 pistol.
And with respect to the SKS 7.62 by 39, whose name is that listed under on that list?
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. I'll withdraw it. But based on your review of this, you determined that the SKS 7.62 by 39 and the Colt 1911 22 could be contributors to the guns that were used. It could be the guns that were used in this case.
Yes, that is correct.
As part of your work, again, you testified about this already, as part of your work in this case, were you originally asked to do comparisons of the .22 caliber cartridge casings that were recovered from scenes 2 and scenes 3?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I have you re-identify. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit B, single B, 319. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize that?
Yes, I can identify it by the red laboratory number corresponding to my item number 5, and this corresponds to scene 2, 1 fired, 22 long rifle cartridge case.
Just set that aside for me. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit B320. State's Exhibit B320. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
Yes, I do. Again, the red laboratory number corresponding to my item number 6. This would be scene 2, and also 1 fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit B321. State's Exhibit B321. Do you recognize the markings on that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Again, the red laboratory sticker, my item number 7, corresponding to scene 2, 1 fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
State's Exhibit B328. State's Exhibit B328. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Again, the red laboratory number corresponding to my item number 3. This will be scene 2, was 1 fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
And finally, State's Exhibit B329. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This, the red laboratory number corresponding to my item number 4. This would be scene 2, 1 fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
And again, I think you just testified to this, but in addition to the BCI item numbers, you assign a specific lab number to each one of those that you use for your testing purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, the white label is the crime scene item number. The red label is the unique laboratory identifier placed on the evidence.
In addition to those exhibits recovered from scene 2, did you also, or were you also given a 22 cartridge casing from scene 3 to look at?
Yes, I was.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit C430. Can you take a look at that for me?
I can identify this
Can you tell me
as
what it is?
the red laboratory number, also corresponding to my item 5, and this would correspond to scene 3, was one fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
And you testified about this last time, but as part of your work, did you compare those exhibits with each other to determine whether or not they've been fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I performed a microscopic comparison of all of the fired 22 long rifle cartridge cases to determine if they've been fired in the same firearm.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not they were?
Yes, I was.
And what was that opinion?
I was able to conclude through my microscopic comparison that all of the fired 22 long rifle cartridge cases had been fired in the same firearm.
Later in the investigation, were you asked to compare those items right there, some of those items, with other evidence that had been recovered as part of the investigation to determine whether or not other shell casings had been fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I was.
I want to take you to early May of 2017. At some point, did you become aware that agents had done a search warrant in Pike, well, as part of the Pike County case, actually in Adams County, at 260 Peterson Road as part of this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And as a result of that, were you asked to examine some shell casings that agents had found during that search warrant?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA116B. Do you recognize State's Exhibit AA116B?
No, this particular item does not have the laboratory sticker present.
Okay. Will you reach inside and pull out the contents? At some point, again, were you asked to examine some shell casings that had been recovered from 260 Peterson Road?
I was.
Okay. And ultimately, did you do that?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA16. And can you tell us what the item number on AA16 is?
I can identify this with the blue laboratory sticker present. This corresponds to my item number 1, and this is one fired 22 long rifle cartridge case.
At some point on that envelope right there, is there an item number that says 7.1?
Yes, at the top right hand of the envelope.
Okay. And whose item number is that, or what's that linked to?
I don't know for certain. I assume that would be crime scene or the investigation.
Okay. And with respect to State's Exhibit AA116B, what's the item number, the crime scene item number on that?
The crime scene item number is 7.
Okay. And the envelope that I just handed you, what's the crime scene number on that?
7.1.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit AA116A. Again, do you recognize crime scene item number on that?
Yes, number 7.2.
And do you recognize any of your labeling on that as well?
Yes, the blue laboratory sticker placed onto it corresponding to my item number 2 was one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
So I'm going to have you go ahead and put those back, the contents of this back into the bag there. So I've handed you State's Exhibits AA-116 and AA-116A. Again, you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at some point, were you asked to compare those two items with shell casings that had been recovered from either scene 1 or, excuse me, either scene 2 or scene 3 from the crime scenes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And walk the jury through what you did when you got that request. How did you receive that evidence? What specifically was the request and what did you do?
The evidence was submitted to the laboratory, again, where it is assigned a unique case number, unique item number, placed it in secure storage until such time that I can work it. I scan the evidence into my custody. I then record general information about the item. In this particular case, it was two fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases. And then I was asked to examine and microscopically compare those to additional fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 2 or 3 and do a microscopic comparison in order to determine whether or not they had all been fired from the same firearm.
And for the purpose of the record, probably going to need you to open those and just identify the shell casings in them. You pulled out a little envelope. Do you recognize any markings on that envelope?
Yes, I can identify the case number, item number, and my initials on the envelope.
Do you recognize the item inside that envelope?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
This, I can identify the item. I have written on the side of the item the laboratory case number, item number, and my initial. This is one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
And ultimately, did you compare that shell casing or that cartridge casing with the 22 shell casings or cartridge casings that were recovered from the day 1 scenes?
That's correct.
Okay. And when I say day 1 scenes, I'm talking scene 2 and scene 3.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And for the record, I'll probably need you to identify the other one, 116, AA 116A. Right, you pull a small envelope out of the big envelope. You recognize the markings?
Yes, my item number, case number, and my initials are on the small envelope.
You you recognize the item inside that envelope?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Again, I can identify by the unique markings on the item. It is one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
Did you, that specific cartridge case, did you compare that to shell casings or cartridge casings collected from scenes 2 and 3 from day 1 of this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you did those comparisons, were you able to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty to reach a conclusion as to whether or not those exhibits that were recovered from Peterson Road were fired from the same firearm that fired the shell casings recovered from scene 2 and scene 3?
I was.
And can you tell the jury what that opinion was?
Based on my microscopic comparison of the 2 fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases compared to the other fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases, I was able to conclude that all of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases had been fired in the same firearm.
Now, as part of your work in this case, did you do a report with respect to the work that you did on these cartridge casings, 7.1, 7. Well, crime scene 7.1, 7.2, states exhibits AA, 116, and 116A? They'd be your lab items, number 1 and number 2.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have a business duty to create these types of reports when you do this type of work?
Yes, following the conclusion of our examination and the conclusions that we reached during that examination, those conclusions are then issued in a report to the submitting agency.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. States Exhibit II-1. States Exhibit II-1. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This particular item is the final report that I issued of the comparison of the 2 fired cartridge cases to 2 of the other fired cartridge cases from scene 2.
And with respect to that exhibit, was that created, maintained in the ordinary course of your business there at BCI?
Yes, it is.
After you rendered that opinion, or when you rendered that opinion, did you share that opinion immediately, basically, with the investigators in the case?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether or not, based on that information, another search warrant was conducted out there at 260 Peterson Road?
Yes, it was.
And was that done pretty quickly?
Yes.
Now, did you participate in that search warrant?
Yes, I was present.
Okay. Tell us about that. From time to time, do you take your expertise so that it's available on scene to help assist and guide investigators as they're looking for particular pieces of evidence?
Yes, in this particular instance, I was asked to join the crime scene during the examination due to the fact that there could be potentially large amounts of firearm evidence recovered, and I could provide expertise there in the field for immediate information to the submitting agents or to the agents themselves.
And was part of that expertise, hey, this goes to the lab, this doesn't. This goes to the lab, this doesn't.
Yes, I looked at the fired components to see various calibers of what may or may not be of interest or need compared.
Okay. And did you provide, again, without going into specifics, did you provide that kind of feedback to the investigators while they were doing their search?
Yes, I did.
As a result of evidence collected on that May 12th, 2017 search warrant, did you do more comparisons or follow-up comparisons on some of that evidence or some of those cartridge casings?
Yes, there were additional fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases found, and they were submitted to the laboratory for comparison.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit Bb266. Do you recognize State Exhibit BB266?
I do.
Can you tell the jury how you recognize it and what it is?
I recognize the blue laboratory label corresponding to my item number 3. And this would be one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
Okay. And with respect to that exhibit, did you do comparisons on that exhibit?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you the conclusions yet. We'll go through this first. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB279. State's Exhibit BB279. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I can identify it.
Okay. You tell the jury what that is?
Again, the blue laboratory label placed onto it corresponding to my item number 4 was one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
Okay. And just, there's all these different numbers. Can you give the BCI item number for both that exhibit and the other one as well?
Yes, the BCI item number is item 3 for the previous, and this particular one corresponds to my item number 4.
Okay, I'm sorry, CSI item number.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Crime scene number.
The crime scene number on the previous item is number 28. And this manila envelope is item number 41.
And that 28 and 41, are those the numbers that would correspond with photo placards from that CSI had done, that crime scene unit had done at a scene?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB294. State's Exhibit BB294, can you tell the jury what that is?
This corresponds to my item number 5, again, the blue laboratory sticker, the crime scene number 56, and this is one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
Did you do examinations or comparisons on that item as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As well as the exhibit that you just testified prior to that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB333. Do you recognize the markings on that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This corresponds, the blue laboratory sticker again, to my item number 6, the crime scene number 95. This contains 3 fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases.
And with respect to those items, did you do comparison on those items as well?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB335. State's Exhibit BB335. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Again, the blue laboratory sticker placed onto it corresponds to my item number 7, the crime scene number 97. And this corresponds to being 4 fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases.
And again, with respect to that item, did you do examinations on that item or comparisons on that item as well?
I did.
Your Honor, I believe the parties would enter into a stipulation with respect to these exhibits. The stipulation would be State's Exhibit BB266 contains one fired .22 long rifle cartridge casing identified as BCI item number 28, lab item number 3, and that shell casing is actually in this exhibit.
That's correct.
I'll do all of them. State's Exhibit BB279 is BCI crime scene item number 41, lab number 4, and the shell casing is one fired .22 long rifle cartridge casing. The shell casing that is in this envelope is the actual cartridge casing that is recovered and identified as such. BB-294 contains one fired .22 long rifle cartridge casing, identified as crime scene number 56, lab number 5, and the cartridge casing that is in this envelope is the actual cartridge casing so identified. BB-333 contains 3 fired .22 long rifle cartridge casings. Those casings are identified in crime scene item number 95, lab number 6, and that this envelope contains those actual exhibits or those actual cartridge casings as recovered at the scene. BB-335 contains 4 fired .22 caliber cartridge casings identified as crime scene item number 97, lab item number 7, and that this envelope or this exhibit contains those actual exhibits as recovered from 260 Peterson Road. And all of these exhibits were recovered from 260 Peterson Road.
And that's 5 separate exhibits there.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed that the jury is to accept each of those stipulations as established, as having been established as fact, as fully as if they had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Mr. White, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit BB-266. Also going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit II-3. With respect to the 5 exhibits that we just testified to, did you compare those exhibits to the cartridge casings that were recovered from scenes 2 and 3 as part of the first day of this homicide investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, Mr. Junkie, if you can give me II-3. All right, if you could, direct your attention to the screen. Tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect, well, first of all, the exhibit or the picture that we have up on the screen, is that the same image that I have there in front of you marked as II-3?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And could you tell the jury, Mr. John, can you give a good slideshow from, just hit it from the beginning? Slide, there we go. Okay. Could you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit II-3?
You're looking at a microscopic comparison of 2 fired cartridge cases. You'll notice the black center line. On the left-hand side is one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 2, and on the right is one of the fired cartridge cases that was recovered. This particular item, item 3, that was handed to me. This is a microscopic comparison of those 2 items to one another. This indentation is the firing pin impression, and I'm looking for unique characteristics between the 2 firing pin impressions. And just to show a few of the characteristics that had corresponding characteristics between the 2 that I looked at in order to render a conclusion that they had been fired in the same firearm.
And you testified, the first time you testified, that the shell casings from the scene had a very unique firing pin impression that you hadn't really seen before. Did you notice that right away, or did you notice it very quickly when you looked at these shell casings that came in from Peterson Road?
Yes, the shape of the firing pin impression, the orientation of the firing pin impression were very unique. And I could tell immediately, again, you can see kind of this generic rectangular shape with a wedge toward the edge or the rim of the cartridge case. You also see that the firing pin impression does not extend off the edge of the firing pin impression. The fired cartridge cases that I was later submitted to compare to scenes 2 and 3 did have this same generic shape and orientation.
And again, based on your research in this case, did you find that to be consistent, really uniquely with a Walther Colt 1911-22?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as II4. Mr. Junk, if I can get II4. And if you could, II4 that's on the screen, is that the same image as the II4 that you have in your hand?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at and what is important to you in this picture?
This again is a microscopic comparison. You'll see that the dividing line, the fired cartridge case or the fired .22 long rifle cartridge case from scene 2, and one of the fired cartridge cases that was later submitted. What you're looking at is the firing pin impression. The previous picture, you're looking straight down at the firing pin impression, and if you were to tip the firing pin impression over, you're looking at the edge. So the firing pin impression you just looked at is coming towards you. This is the edge of the firing pin impression before it extends off the edge of the rim. And we're looking at corresponding characteristics and features exhibited between the two items that allowed me to say the two items had been fired in the same firearm.
And before I come off of that exhibit, the one on the right, is it identified as item 3.1C?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that one of your lab identifiers for a shell casing that had been recovered from 260 Peters?
Yes, this is item number 3. That is my personal identifier as 3.1C, being it was one cartridge case in item number 3.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit II5. Mr. Junk, if I can get II5 for me, appreciate it. All right, with respect to State's Exhibit II5, the image that the exhibit that I handed you, is that the same as the image that's up on the screen?
It is.
Now, I'll direct your attention to the right side of that, where it says item 4.1C. What does that indicate?
That indicates it is the fired cartridge case from item number 4.
Okay. Is that a different fired shell casing from 260 Peterson than the one we just looked at, 3.1?
It is.
Okay. And what are you comparing that shell casing to?
This is being microscopically compared. Again, you'll see the dividing line. The fired cartridge case on the left is one of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases from scene 2. The item on the right is the fired .22 long rifle cartridge case, item number 4. The previous example, the previous picture, you were looking at this edge on the interior here. This is the cartridge case looking straight down on it. You can see the firing pin impression, again, the dividing line, and you'll see corresponding characteristics exhibited between the fired cartridge case from scene 2 and the item number 4 fired cartridge case.
Were you able to do those same types of microscopic comparisons on all of the shell casings that you identified in these exhibits with shell casings from the scene?
That's correct.
And when you did those examinations with respect to the shell casings that you testified to from 260 Peterson that were recovered on May 12th, 2017, were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not those exhibits were fired from the same firearm that fired the shell casings that were recovered at scenes 2 and scenes 3 in this case?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jury what that opinion was?
Based on my microscopic comparison of the fired .22 cartridge cases from scene 2, the fired cartridge case from scene 3, and all of the fired cartridge cases recovered at 260 Peterson, I was able to conclude that all of the fired .22 long rifle cartridge cases had been fired in the same firearm.
And when you say all of them, you're talking about the ones, these exhibits that you testified and the exhibits from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct. The, I believe, 12 fired cartridge cases from the driveway, 5 fired cartridge cases from scene 2, and 1 fired cartridge case from scene 3.
And when you say 12 cartridge casings, does that include both the cartridge casings that were recovered on May 10th, the May 10th, 2017 search, and the May 12th, 2017 search?
That's correct, the total.
Okay. Were you also, through your work in this case, and your time out, both your time out at the scene, assisting the investigators, and your work in the lab, were you able to rule out some of the shell casings that had been recovered, or other .22 shell casings that were found at that property?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And again, did you render that opinion to investigators as part of your work in this case?
I did.
With respect to the work that you did examining the cartridge casings collected as part of the May 12, 2017 search warrant, did you also render a report that documents your work on those exhibits?
I did.
And I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit II. Can you tell the jury what is State's Exhibit II?
State's Exhibit II is the final report talking about issuing the findings of all of the fired cartridge cases, all of the 22 fired cartridge cases intercompared.
And again, does that truly and accurately depict the work you did with respect to these exhibits that you've testified here on today?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have a business duty to create and maintain these types of reports as part of your job?
I do.
And was this exhibit created and maintained in the regular course of your business there at BCI?
Yes, it was.
Okay, just a couple more things to clear up with you. So, prior to your examination of those 22 cartridge casings that came from the May 10th search warrant, had you looked at a lot of other shell casings as part of the investigation in this case, possible casings?
Yes, I had.
Okay. Up until you examined those shell casings that were recovered from 260 Peterson Road in this case, had you found any other shell casings that were a match to the evidence that was collected from the scene?
No.
And I want to be clear with you. I want you to be clear. When we talk about the same firearm firing those shell casings, are we talking about just the same caliber? Are we talking about just the same brand? Or is it more than that? Are you able to look at individual characteristics to determine that the gun that was used to kill the victims at scene 2, the exact gun at scene 2 and scene 3, was the exact gun that fired those shell casings that were recovered at Peterson Road?
Yes, during my microscopic comparison, I'm looking for unique characteristics that are unique to that particular firearm. And in my opinion, all of the 22 long rifle cartridge cases were fired in the same specific pistol.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
You too, sir.
You don't know who fired that weapon, do you?
No, sir, I cannot say that.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any further? All right, thank you. You may step down. My understanding is that we are, the council wishes to recess at this point until tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing, so you'll have to leave early today. We're going home. Instruction is, of course, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do no research concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts concerning this case from any source at all. And that would include the internet, it would include Facebook, the other social networking sites. It would include newspapers, radio, television, any source at all. You're to refrain from all of that. And you're to have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Now, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're to assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there by employees of the court. You are to leave your, remember to leave your notepads on your seat, wear your badges. And is there anything further from counsel before we recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Right, and we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The jury is excused at this time. All right, the jury has, jurors have all departed. I think there was one matter that counsel wished to put on the record. Oh, yes.
Bench conference, maybe a half hour ago. There were some items I wanted to make part of the record. I'm going to withdraw that motion.
Yeah, we actually want to make a record on it.
All right.
I got to count these for a second. 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
All right.
The state, in its direct examination, did not present 82 cartridge casings that were recovered and marked as part of the investigation in this case. We did not present those because they represented various calibers, 45, 270, that we felt the court wasn't comfortable with us putting in. We also did it in an effort, again, to narrowly tailor our presentation with respect to 9 millimeters, 22 Hornets, 22 long, 40 caliber, and 7.62 539, all of which, again, will come into play later in this case.
Does the defense wish to say anything at all on
No.
any of that? All right. Then, anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you very much.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
We are adjourned.